Good evening, members of council are assembled and we're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call to order the Saugeen Shores Council meeting for January the 6th, 2025, and welcome everybody in the chambers and all members and everyone watching us by the live stream. Glad everybody's with us and Happy New Year to all. Second item on the agenda is the land acknowledgement, and we'll turn that over to Councillor Duhaime.
Thanks, Mayor. We acknowledge that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which consists of the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash and Ceded First Nation. We understand this land holds immense significance to the people of Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. We appreciate those who live and work alongside us today and who continue the traditions of their ancestors as stewards of the land we are privileged to inhabit. We thank them for the contributions they have made in both caring for the land and in shaping this community. We commit to truth and reconciliation, to acknowledging the truth about what happened to Indigenous peoples because of colonization, and to reconciliation, which begins with each and every one of us. As a local government and public organization, we are dedicated to learning about Indigenous culture, to fostering a better relationship with First Nations and their people, and we commit ourselves to actions that move us forward on a path to healing along with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation.
Thank you. Third item on the agenda is disclosures of pecuniary interest. Ask any member if you have one of those you'd like to declare at this time. Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't got the agenda right in front of me, but there's an issue with the Saugeen Sparks Training Center and the Pumpkin Fest donation. And I'm on the board for the Saugeen Sparks Training Center. So I'll be excusing myself, although I don't think there's a vote for that one, but I'll recuse myself from any discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so that's item 10.5, the committee report on SSTC and Pumpkin Fest one-time funding. And Councillor Halpin. You're on mute there, Councillor.
I'm so sorry. Through you, Mayor, I have the same conflict of interest as a member of the board of Saugeen Sparks Training Center. Thank you.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you. Any further declarations? Seeing none, of course, you can declare one anytime if you need to. That moves us on to additions, deletions, and amendments, and we do have one. Item 4.1, amended description for item 12. The recommendation is that the description for why council move into a closed public session is amended to include the council discuss a position or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality relative to a confidential matter regarding 2706913 Ontario Incorporated. Is there a mover and seconder for that? The Deputy Mayor and the Vice Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to item 5, which is the adoption of minutes, and item 5.1, regular council minutes, December 9 and 16, 2024. The resolution is the council adopt the minutes of the regular council meetings of December 9 and December 16, 2024, and note and file the committee of the whole minutes of December 9, 2024 as presented. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Davinsky, seconded by Councillor Mayette. Any questions on those minutes? The Deputy Mayor?
Just a couple points for clarification. In the December the 9th minutes, there's 2 times where the approval of the High Street project is talked about. And in both cases, it mentions the High Street and Cenotaph design. And then it says has amended. Just to be clear, the amended part was what took the Cenotaph out of that and gave it over to the Cenotaph Ad Hoc Committee. So it's just to have that be clear, that's what one of those amendments was, because it's not explicitly said.
Do you have any comments to that, the clerk?
Thank you, through Mayor Charbonneau. We'll review the minutes and we can provide that clarity if you wish, what those amendments are about.
Okay, just because I just didn't want, because the way that the heading is there, it's like we were approving both High Street and the Cenotaph. Because the description isn't there that sets out that the Cenotaph is still going to be talked about and it'll come back. The other one was in the December 16th minutes. We actually did item 10.2 first. It's not a problem that the minutes don't reflect that change in the order, is it?
The clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. No, we don't necessarily move the agenda or the minutes in that order.
And I just wanted to, again, for clarity, 10.5, which was about approving something in principle. If I could just get perhaps the mayor to make a comment again about what in principle means.
I'm just drawing from memory here, but my recollection is that
I'll find it too here.
related to our discussion about the urban tree canopy plan.
Yes.
And the recommendation had been for council to approve it. And council discussed that and felt that the best approach would be to approve it in principle so that there was no misunderstanding that we were somehow adopting all of the recommendations in that policy. So is that clear enough? On the question of the first set of minutes you referenced, was December 9th and the clarity around the High Street project. Would you like to defer approval of that set of minutes so you're okay with approving them as written? Okay. Any other questions or comments on that set of, either of those sets of minutes? Seeing none then, all in favor of the resolution? That is carried. Okay. So that brings us now on to, we have no public meeting, no open, or we don't have any open forum requests. I haven't heard. No? Okay. Okay, so then we're moving on to delegations. And this evening we have 2 delegations and 1 presentation. And we'll start with our presentation. We are really privileged this evening to have a local celebrity with us. Council has invited Ms. Faye Eagleson to celebrate a remarkable achievement. And so it's my great pleasure to honor this exceptional member of our community. Faye has been a dedicated crossing guard in Port Elgin for more than 18 years, ensuring the safety of our children as they travel to and from school. Her commitment and care have not gone unnoticed, not by any means at all. Recently, Faye was recognized on a national level in a contest sponsored by Parachute, having received a prestigious award for her outstanding service. Faye was nominated by many in our community, and against 59 other crossing guards across 4 provinces, she received the award for 2024 Canada's Favorite Crossing Guard. Faye's friendly smile and unwavering dedication made her a beloved figure in our town. She goes above and beyond, and her duties always putting the safety and well-being of our children first. So on behalf of the town of Saugeen Shores and on behalf of council, it is my honor to present a certificate of recognition to Faye, and it is a small token of our appreciation for her invaluable contributions to our community. Thank you, Faye, for your dedication and service. You truly make Port Elgin a safer and better place for all of us. How about we give Faye a big round of applause?
I would like to thank the mayor and the council people for this recognition. And I would also like to thank everyone who voted for me, because if people hadn't voted for me, then I would never have had this honor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Faye, and thank you for joining us here this evening. So now we're on to our delegations, and our first delegation is from Donna Andrew, and Donna's here to talk to us about property tax corrections. We'll bring up Ms. Andrew and just remind, as she comes up, we'll remind all of our delegations that council's allotted 10 minutes for our delegations, and so we'd appreciate it if you'd keep to those timelines. The floor is yours, Ms. Andrew.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Donna Andrew. This is my husband, Terry, and we're here today. We're kind of disappointed to be here, actually, because we thought this would be resolved a long time ago. In 2019, we purchased Unit 52 of how do we advance this? You can see this is part of our purchase of sale, and we purchased Unit 52, which is 221 Grenville Street South in Southampton. And it clearly identifies that. We're Model A, which is a 1-level, 2-bedroom bungalow, single-car garage, 1,232 square feet. And you can see that it's our name, it's our address, and Unit 52. As you are probably all well aware, MPAC has not been doing their assessments since 2016. They were due in 2020, but due to COVID, that's been deferred twice actually until 2024, and they still actually have not done those assessments. When ours was given the assessment for our property, it was based on the 2016 assessments that were previously done, and it went to the units that were already built, and it was correct for unit 52. However, the issue started then when at registration, either the town or the county, they incorrectly reversed the numbers for our street, and you'll see it on the next slide. Our unit is 51, which is at the far end. See where the 46 is now? That's unit 52. That's our unit. We've been assigned to 46, which is at the other end, which is now identified as 52, but it's 46. And you can even see by the picture, it's a much, much larger home. We've never owned the two-story home. It's a 780 square foot home. It has 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a double car garage, and 2 stories. When we contacted the town, when we received our first tax bill, and the first tax bill had it marked on their unit 46. And we said that, that's not us, that's the other end of the street. And they said, don't worry, you have a municipal address. That's what it's all based on. And we trusted the town, and we never thought anything more of it. Until August of this year, a neighbor of ours had been on the MPAC website, and he was doing that Find My Neighbors, and he recognized that our unit was paying the larger units taxes. So we called the town and we spoke to Kathy Fitton, and at that time, she told us to call MPAC, and that they had to be the ones to confirm the issue, and that the town will look after us based on MPAC's findings. We had several contacts from there, and they did indeed come out on September 10th to our whole street. And I already showed you the slide where the whole street was entirely reversed. They verified that, and they sent a letter to the town, and this is the copy of the email that went to the town on September the 16th. And it clearly states, upon review of the condo plan and this specific phase of the development, it appears the units have been flipped, resulting in incorrect models, being put on the corresponding roll numbers. So from September 16th, we were waiting and haven't heard anything, and so we carried forward. Indeed, if you go on the website at that point, you will see that, I'm sorry, I'm going through this too. There we go. You can see on the first one, this is where our house was originally entered as a 1780 square foot. It has now been corrected going forward to the 1232. However, trying to get this resolved has been quite the issue. We started in October. We still hadn't heard anything, so we started with phone calls and back and forth. And the next thing you know, we were told that there would be no credit beyond 222, even though it was identified very clearly by MPAC that it was from the beginning. At one point, the CFO stated to us that we could hire a lawyer or take us to council. We are here today because I don't see why we should have to hire a lawyer for the town to do the right thing. On December the 3rd, we received an email that we didn't understand, a bunch of figures that didn't make any sense to us. So we went to the town. Kathy Fitton was away that day, but Dan was there, so we went to speak with him. And he was going to pull out his computer and try to explain this to us. Well, the computer is not going to do me any good. I'm very visual, and I said that, and I said I need to see the pieces of paper in front of me. We need to know what we were supposed to pay as opposed to what we did pay. And he wasn't able to do that. So he said the next day to come in on December the 4th, and he would have those papers and go through them with us at 4 o'clock at closing. So that's exactly what we did. We came in, Dan was not there, and they had to phone him at that point. And when he did come in, he did not have any papers. He just had the computer and was not able to compare any numbers with us whatsoever. He wasn't making any sense. And so we were very, very frustrated, as you can imagine, and we left there and we went to our neighbor's house who happens to have exactly the same unit as us. We went through her papers, through her tax papers from day one. We compared her taxes to our taxes, and we saw indeed that we had overpaid significantly. And so when that happened, we took those papers, and the next day received another email from Mr. Waiter that said there's all these figures that didn't make any sense. But when we looked at our papers that we had compared the taxes with the two properties, the numbers seemed to jive fairly well. What happened, however, was that the town kept saying to us that it's legislatively, they do not have to go back any further in their reimbursement. And this is what it kept saying: legislatively, we don't have to do that, and I don't have to go back any further. And it was very frustrating indeed. So I looked, and sure enough, there is case law. This is one of them that we have included in the package that you can go and look at, but there are others that when is a systemic problem, and that the problem actually happened from something that we had nothing to do with and that needed to be corrected, then they certainly have gone back in the past. We have been taxed on a 1,780 square foot, 2-story home with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a double car garage from the beginning. That's not our home. This mistake originated at the town or the county level. We're not sure, but it's not ours, and it was systemic in nature. While adjustments have been made to date, the reimbursement was limited to the legislative 2-year period, despite these unique and extenuating circumstances. MPAC confirmed to the town on September 16th. It's now January 2025. Barb Mulholland is here today. She's the other one that is overpaying. She has not heard anything beyond the 2/24 date, although she has also been doing this since August of last year. This error was beyond our control. We took immediate action upon discovery, and we respectfully request the town's support in ensuring full reimbursement for the overpaid taxes and correcting the oversight that led to this situation. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Thank you very much. And so we will ask if there's questions or comments, but first, you've made a request of council for the reimbursement of the overpaid taxes in the amount of $614.59. So
Correct.
with that request, what we'll do is we'll refer that to our staff. They'll come back to us, to council, with a report. And then council will be able to act on your request but with following that report. So that's what's going to happen after tonight, when that staff will take that direction and come back to us with a report. So with that stated, I'll ask.
Add one thing.
Sure.
This came in the mail this week, and it was mailed in November, and it was because of the mail strike, but it's from MPAC, and it's your property assessed as of 2016, which is when their last full assessment was done. And then they've corrected it for 2025 down at the bottom, which has just arrived.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
So
you.
are there questions or comments from members? We'll
Right.
take the deputy
Any
mayor.
questions?
I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Mayor, about staff coming back with a report, because it does seem that it's something that the right thing to me seems pretty obvious. But I wanted to ask Ms. Andrews, your municipal address, when you get your mail, it doesn't just come to a Grenville Street address. It has a unit number attached to it, right?
No, it does not. It
So-
goes to 221 Grenville Street South.
And so the post office doesn't sort into the super box there? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Donna.
Donna and Terry, for your presentation, and really very in-depth presentation. It was very helpful to me. I did ask Dan Waiter if we knew where this mistake had originated. Bottom line for me, if staff wants to take this away for the report, is that it doesn't really matter where the error occurred originally. There is an error. You appear to have been overcharged, and if that's the case, then I support reimbursing you in full, because it's not, in my opinion, your fault. And so I'm really sorry this has happened, and I know Dan is a conscientious administrator, and that our staff will do what they can to make you whole. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there further comments from members or questions? Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you for your presentation. I feel for you. I support the Cheryl Grace and her efforts that there should be a refund. Mr. Mayor, again, through you, they've worked on this for a long time and nothing's happened. Can we fast track this so it shows up at the next council meeting, which would be 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now? The last one in January?
What I can say is that we're going to give direction to staff to come back with a report, and I know they'll come back as quickly as they can. I heard council's comments, and that's the direction we'll give tonight for them to come and bring us a report, and I'm sure they'll bring that as quickly as possible.
So are you telling me that we can do it by January 27th? I'm sorry, I'm pushing that, but they've been waiting forever as it is, and I don't want it to come back to the planning meeting, but and then you're off to Roma, I think, so we don't have a meeting, and then the Monday after that, which is the last Monday in January, I would like to think that we could solve this, because I'm sensing that council would vote in favor of this, but we still need the report, rightly so, from staff. I just want to make sure that this doesn't drag on.
I think staff is hearing your urgency, Councillor Davinsky, and that they will take
Appreciate it.
will move with all deliberate speed to bring us a report as quickly as they can. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I'm not sure if it's for the CAO or for the clerk. Just for an issue of this, for a 600, was it 600 and some dollars you're talking
That's
about?
the remaining amount. Some of it has been settled.
I've always wanted to know what Unit 52 paid.
As
We're,
it compared, but that's, yeah.
Yeah.
these are the numbers that they've given us. I'm not 100% sure if it could be more for all I know. But we'd be satisfied with the 614, just for principle,
Sure.
to be quite honest, for what we've
And
done.
to include Mrs. Mulholland as well.
Thank you. So I think my question is just for staff is, I'm just not sure why this issue has to come to us to resolve. And maybe the question, and I should have asked this question earlier, but for less than $1,000, like my expectation is, or my thought would have been, this could have been resolved at a management level, because my concern is if we're coming for decisions, which seems, I don't want to say unanimous, but so far what we've heard is that for 600 and some dollars, it's not an issue. So is this something that's required by the Municipal Act to come to us, or is there managerial discretion to resolve this issue?
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Where there's managerial discretion, we will use it. I'm not going to speak like I'm entirely familiar with this case. That's why the report will come back to you. There is legislative requirements and other requirements that will be brought forward for council when that report comes forward for your consideration.
Councillor Stack.
Thank you. Then, so just to be clear, so we'll have and I know this sounds like I'm challenging, I'm just genuinely trying to understand if we can have in that report the specific provisions in the Municipal Act that require this decision to be made, because I think the Act mandates, what I read quickly is that there's a mandatory obligation to refund for 2 years. It doesn't say you, as far as I could see, you cannot. So that's just what I'm interested in knowing when we go back to the public. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think it'll be worth getting a fulsome understanding of the whole picture, not only for this case, but for all future cases. So it'll be worth us reviewing this in a little more depth, I think. Deputy Mayor?
And if you need to contact me, by all means, please do, because as you can see, we've done a lot of the background work.
Yes, thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate that mention of Unit 47, which I guess has been recorded as 51 is a concern too. There's two other properties though too, so, it's not certainly, necessarily a positive message related to those two properties, but I would appreciate if the report reflected four properties that seem to have an issue associated with registration and MPAC and all that kind of business. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's clear that we have a broader issue here. And so what we'll hear back from our staff is something that addresses that broader issue and tells us staff's perspective and gives us a recommendation, and then council can decide what to do. So our hope is that we will be able to advance that as quickly as possible and give you an answer so that you don't have to wait for us too
Thank
much
you.
longer.
Thank you
Okay.
so much. Yes.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, so now our third item under delegations is Christy Andre from the United Way of Bruce Gray and June Van Baslar from Southampton Rotary, and they're here to talk to us about the coldest night of the year. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, thank you for having us and Happy New Year to everyone here. I'm Christy, this is June, and this year the United Way is partnering with the Southampton Rotary Club. So we've got some club members here, including the president. So why should you walk in the coldest night of the year? Well, if you were outside today, you should know that answer. It's cold out there, and we want to support people who experience that coldness more often than they should. Okay, so a lot of you I recognize from attending other events, so you kind of know what it's all about. You can do a 2-kilometer or a 5-kilometer walk. You can come to the event day, which in the last 2 years have been at Coulter Parkette in Port Elgin, or you can do it whenever or wherever you can. This year, we're proud to announce that it's going to be in Southampton, and we're planning on rotating the location every year. So next year would be back in Port Elgin, just to kind of bring people out, more people, and spread out the Saugeen Shores aspect of this walk. And this is what happened last year. So we went out with a goal of $50,000, and we raised $50,113. And these are numbers from the United Way, which is me, that shows what kind of support is going on in Saugeen Shores and for Saugeen First Nation. So as you can see, 12 homes received utility assistance program support. 15 individuals from Saugeen Shores accessed the financial literacy program, and over 700 needs were addressed through 211, which is a United Way funded information referral service, which a lot of you already know about. And 72 students from Saugeen Shores and Saugeen First Nation accessed the backpack program. The need for these programs, I should mention, is growing. The support is needed more than ever, and the coldest night of the year is a great way to receive the support for these programs who are growing every year. So here's some check presentations that we did last year from the coldest night of the year event. So as you could see, we have United Housing for All, which I'll let June speak about what they did with some of the funds.
Yes, last year, the Rotary Club of Port Elgin asked if our United Housing for All group could use the funds. And we said, well, we don't have a charitable number, so no, we can't do that. But we would like to direct the funds to the YMCA's Rural Housing and Homelessness Outreach. So we did make a $3,000 check out to them. And so that was very much appreciated.
And then, yeah, so last year, Port Elgin Rotary was our partner, and they donated a big chunk of it back to the United Way to help the programs that are helping the people of Saugeen Shores, the ones that I just mentioned. So this is just what they did with the money, and we want to be transparent about how we're supporting this wonderful area. Here's a few of our sponsors. So this is monetary sponsorships and in-kind sponsorships. And we are very, very grateful. So we just wanted to give them a shout out. Here's some fun photos from the event. It's always just a really great time. There's not much going on in February, so we really appreciate anyone that comes out just to have a good time and to be with their friends, their family, their coworkers, their church members, whoever they want to bring out with them, and it's a really good vibe, good energy. This year, our goal is 50,000 again, and we're hoping to reach that with the help of the Southampton Rotary Club, and obviously all of the community members in Saugeen Shores. So these are the toques for 2025. This is the staple of coldest night of the year. So if you want to get a 2025 toque, you have to raise $150. If you are under 18, that's $75. And you can support and wear it out and be proud that you went out and supported the vulnerable community of Saugeen Shores. The walk is going to take place at the Rotary Hall in Southampton. So there's two maps on here. They're kind of small. All of this information is on cnoy.org/Saugeen Shores. But we're really excited to have a brand new route because it's been the same for the last 2 years. So just to kind of freshen it up a little bit and have someone see new scenery, the beautiful Southampton. Here's our schedule. So you can come up at 4 o'clock. You can hang out. We're going to have a photo booth, maybe a warm up, just have a conversation with us, get to know all the amazing neighbors and the club. And yeah, it's a really good time. And then at 5 o'clock, we have our send off. So our 2K and our 5K will go off and then come back for their lunch, generously donated by the Queens again this year. And then at 7 o'clock, you go off. And then if you want to go and support some of the local businesses, if there's any open, we suggest that you do that because that's another additive. Just keep the night going, have fun. This is kind of boring stuff. The route details, safety, stay on the road. No pets, unfortunately, just because we have to make sure that everyone's safe and it's for the people. This is the website, and we're asking for your support. We're asking for people to sign up, whether that be to be a team leader, captain, a walker. We're looking for sponsors and volunteers. That's the button. And thank you. And June has some other things that she'd like to share.
Yeah, Southampton Rotary is really glad to be partnering with United Way this coming year. And we're excited too because we have a great committee, including some of our students from SDSS, or the Interact Club at the Saugeen District's senior school. I have to remember to say that because I used to teach there when it was a secondary school. Are going to be helping us out. We have 2 of them on our committee. They're really excited about it. They're going to be using some of them as marshals. One of them is really excited. She's going to be the hare at the beginning, and the other said she would be the tortoise at the back of the line. So yes, we have a great committee, including some of our Rotary members. Also, Melinda Mayette from last year, so she's providing some continuity to us. And Al Smethurst, if you know him, from Community Living. So some of the volunteers are going to be Community Living members as well. So yes, we're looking forward to the team that's going to be formed from council. Mr. Mayette has told us he'll be the lead for that. I'm technically, I guess, maybe the campaign leader, but this lady is the one that has all of the information and keeps us informed. So this is our first year doing this. We're quite excited. And next year, as we said, we'll be back in Port Elgin. So I don't know about you, but I was here Friday night for the Winterhawks game, and we had a display from about our event. And when I got out of the car, I almost blew over. No, quite literally, almost blew over. So I've been thinking a lot about that, about people that are sleeping out in the rough, as they call it, because John and I both volunteer at the food bank as well. And we do get people come in. I remember last year, a little lady, a lot smaller than me, to tell me that she was sleeping in a tent, asking for a sleeping bag. And one of our members this evening told us someone near his house is sleeping under a hedge in a tent. So not only that, we have some people who are couch surfing. Those are the ones we don't know about. The county has told us there are over 600 people on the waiting list for housing in Saugeen Shores. Those are the ones we know about. But we also hear sometimes making a delivery where we've got 8 people living in one apartment building, one apartment, I should say. So there is a real need, and I would have to thank council, the Council of Saugeen Shores, for what you've done to help with housing. The inventory is increasing. I am really so glad to see that you're continuing on with a fund to help people with their rent. United Way is helping them with their utility bills and their rent payments and many other things. So I do want to thank you as well. And we'll see you on February 22nd. Come on over to this Rotary Hall in Southampton and join us. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. Questions or comments from members? We'll start with the deputy mayor and head down.
Thank you for the presentation. I wasn't able to be there last year, but was the year before, and it was a lot of fun. What I wanted to ask, though, it's very hard to tell from the maps what the routes are, and I just wanted to make sure that there was a connection with the town, because maybe we'll have snow, who knows? But I'm assuming that the routes are all routes that have sidewalks on them, and it would be just a good idea if the town is able to, they do a great job with plowing plowing the sidewalks. Often it's in the morning though. And if the routes, and again, if you can describe the routes, I guess verbally, the maps are hard to read in the presentation. Just want to make sure that if at all possible, we get some kind of encouragement to town staff to take the sidewalk plows out later in the day,
Yes.
on the day of the walk, because if I go back to the Santa Claus parade in Southampton, the sidewalks were pretty snow covered with people walking to the parade. So they do a great job with sidewalk plowing, but usually it's in the morning. But if you could, I think the 2-kilometer road is just up and down High Street. Is that what?
That's right.
Okay.
If you go on the website, you'll see much more detailed maps. And we have already been talking to, of course, town staff about those things. And for example, also getting the parking lots behind Chantry Center and the Rotary Hall. Chantry Center is partnering with us. And so, yes, so we have been talking to town staff. And at our meeting, we had a meeting prior to this, we talked about adverse weather conditions. Because yes, it could be the coldest night, but there could also be, Highway 21 closed and blowing snow. So yes, we are going to come up with a plan in that event as well. So thank you for that concern.
We're also hoping to get enough volunteers. So this is another shout out to the volunteers to have one at each corner or each turnaround spot so people won't get confused.
Okay, the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank you both for your presentation. It's a fabulous event, and I look forward to making a donation to one of the captains here. Look me up, Dave, and I'll be sending a check over to your team, our team, the SA. And June, I was just wondering, the proceeds, I think was in your report, but what was the number of dollars that was raised last year again?
50,000 plus.
You did hit 50
Yes,
plus, eh?
yes.
And the proceeds last year were split.
Well, I think the Port Elgin Rotary Club donated their portion back to the United Way. And then there was 3,000 that our United Housing for All suggested go to for the housing.
So was it split 50-50 last year? Was that the case then, pretty much?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So again, we have the same agreement that will be split 50-50. And we are going to give a plan to our Rotary Club, our suggestion of where those proceeds would go.
Perfect.
But again, the Blue Sea Foundation, which runs this charity, is very clear. It's to be used for the hurt, hungry, and homeless.
Yes.
And so those are the criteria. So we're looking at things like, again, the family Y housing, the food banks, and possibly mental health, who knows, but we will make a recommendation.
That's tremendous. And they're all great causes that you mentioned. And just wanted to again, congratulations, thank you. And to all the volunteers that are about to step up to the plate to make it happen.
Okay,
All
thank
those
you.
captains. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Christy and June. I just wanted to say thank you for both your organizations. The many layers of what Rotary clubs in our town do is really amazing. And this is just another example of, what you're doing to help out those people who are vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I took part in that last year. I'll do it again this year. And I'll walk and I'll just make a friendly wager to Councillor Mayette that I'll finish the course before him. So thank
Well,
you.
he's got long legs. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Are there, Councillor Mayette wants to speak to that. Councillor Mayette.
Not to that right away. It doesn't deserve a response right away. But I will put the gauntlet down that we will be having a Saugeen Shores Council team like we did last year. Last year, our goal was $2,000, and I think we were at $2,700 by the time it was over. So we'll look to exceed that again this year. And just to reiterate what we've heard around the table, the great work that both of the organizations do. In my former capacity as a board member and a chairman of the United Way Board, I can tell you that all of those funds go to good cause. And it's not always easy to say these funds were allocated towards these people in these communities, but in the capacity as the board chair, one of the things you get to do is to see all the checks, and I signed a lot of checks. And you mentioned the utility assistance program. Those checks go to people who are in need all across Grey and Bruce counties. But I always made the point of looking at the addresses of the towns where these people live. And I can tell you they are widespread and they're in our community and they're within and without our community. And those people are in real need. And these funds are necessary and greatly appreciated. So here's the challenge to all of Saugeen Shores to best that $50,000 and make it $75,000 this year.
Absolutely. Yes. And if you can't walk, you can donate. And you can, even if you volunteer, you can also fundraise.
That's
So,
right.
or, I know I won't be walking. I just had my hip replaced, but I'm a volunteer and I will also do some fundraising.
All right.
Yeah.
And the counselor helping, I'm going to start working out right away.
All right. Are there any further questions or comments? Well, I think it's mostly been said, but thank you very much for the work that you guys have done on this. I participated in it a couple of times in the last couple of years. I've been on Dave's team at least twice, I think, and always enjoyed the walk. It's a great walk and it's well organized. You guys do a great job of having folks at every intersection and making it a fun time and making it enjoyable and also making it the kind of event that we can all be proud of in terms of supporting those folks. And I was saying earlier to John and June, last year, 2023, the County of Bruce provided 1,500 nights of shelter to folks across Bruce County who were experiencing homelessness. And we heard partway through this year at the county that we were reaching levels that were greater than that, at least partway through this year. I don't know what the final numbers look like, but we certainly know that it's a serious problem and a problem that's getting worse. And so it takes a lot of effort from a lot of different people in a lot of different ways to solve a problem like that. No single effort or no single thing will resolve it. But what we do know is that with all sorts of groups working on the issue, raising money, trying to find solutions, that we can help those folks who are experiencing homelessness in this community and across our region. So you're part of that. And we thank you for it. And we look forward to walking. And I look forward to beating both Dave and Bud. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much and have a good evening. All right. So that is the end of our delegations. And we're on now to reports to municipal officers and committees. And the first one is our investment policy, and we'll turn that over to the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The purpose of the town's proposed investment policy is to set out guiding principles for the management of the corporation of the town of Saugeen Shores surplus funds and investment portfolio. The policy and authorizing bylaw are included in the bylaws section of the council agenda. The policy itself strives for the best utilization of cash resources within statutory limitations and the basic need to protect and preserve capital while maintaining solvency and liquidity to meet ongoing financial requirements. It sets investment objectives in the following order of priority. First, compliance with portfolio restrictions. Second, preservation of principal. Third, maintenance of liquidity. Fourth, maximization of rate of return. Town investments will be reported annually for council's information moving forward so that council is informed on investment performance results for the purpose of ensuring adherence to the policy and for business planning or other decision-making purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a recommendation that council adopt bylaw 03-2025, a bylaw to authorize the town's investment policy. Is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? The Vice Deputy Mayor and Councillor Grace. Questions or comments for the CFO, the Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Halpin?
Thank you. Reading through the policy, I just had a couple of questions related to the way it's written so that I can understand what it means completely. It says that this policy relates to all kinds of things except for business enterprise entities it's not applicable to the town's investment in business enterprise entities such as Wisterio Power. It does, though, relate to reserves that we would have associated with our own business enterprises, which would be the harbor and the trailer camp. Would they be in this? Okay. Thank you for that. I also wanted to ask, there's mention throughout the document about, what's it called here? One, capital O-N-E, one investment program. And there is a definition there, but it's mentioned in a number of times. At first I thought, is that showing up so often because it's a preferred one? It's just, it sounds to me like it's a fairly new opportunity, so it's just being defined. There is no preferred plan of attack, right? The suite of opportunities will be there and the picking and choosing will happen based on all of the other factors that are in the policy, correct?
Yes, the investment decisions will be made based on all of the aspects of the policy. But the policy does specifically mention the one investment program. One investment is a not-for-profit firm that is jointly operated by Local Authority Services and the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. So it is a one-stop shop for municipalities for investment products. And they have different investment products that most or many municipalities choose to invest in.
Okay, thank you for that. I did want to ask, at one point, let me find the reference here, 6.1.2, 6.1.2 in item C. There's something here about excess cash. And I just wanted to know if none of our existing reserves are deemed as excess cash, right? This excess cash expression is relating to something specific, not overall reserves. Is that correct? Try and find what. The treasurer is responsible for the investment of all excess cash not required immediately. So reserves are not considered excess cash. It's just the way that it's worded there just sounded strange to me.
Generally, all cash is attributed to a specific reserve. what the policy is trying to get at is we're trying to match short-term excess cash with short-term investments and reserve cash that's attributed to more long-term capital reserves may be appropriate for more long-term investment. So excess cash would be just working capital, excess working capital from the timing of expenses and revenues.
Okay, I have some concerns about the delegation of authority throughout here. But in the end, I think, because there's a number of times where it says treasurer or delegate, and then staff are mentioned at times, and an individual is mentioned at another time. The review at the very end, though, says that the review happens every 5 years by the treasurer. And then it goes on to say something along the lines of, the review goes by the treasurer, and then there's something about council after that point. Council should be doing a review too. So I guess I wish the language would reflect that the review is jointly done by the treasurer and council, not just that the treasurer does something and then council's just expected to accept that, because this is significant amounts of money. And, you know, delegating the authority gives me a little bit of concern. However, there seems to be a lot of different elements that would drive how you're going to, or how whoever is going to make decisions. I think the inclusion of an annual report to council is good too, but I just would appreciate if some consideration could be given to that 5-year review mark, giving a little more authority to council to really delve into what's gone on in the past 5 years. But again, I appreciate that there's something about an annual report too. But I think in 5 years, when the term of council that, or the council that's here then takes a look at it, it shouldn't just be that they just receive a report. I think they should really get a chance to review it too. Thank you.
I'll just comment, agreed that the policy will come back to council at the review date.
Okay, so I have Councillor Halpin next, and then Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Daniel, thanks for the report. I think this is good governance when we're looking after things like this. And most of my questions were kind of answered by a bit of an explanation of what the one investment, your one shop investment, because my point was going to be that I think that we should be investing our money in other municipalities and buying government bonds and, you know, supporting other, you know, governments supporting governments and providing good income and for us and good cash flows for us too. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Dan, I have a couple of questions here. First of all, you've mentioned that one investment isn't one investment. That's a name of an entity. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it's the nonprofit? It's a nonprofit organization?
Correct. It's a nonprofit organization operated by municipal entities or municipally endorsed staff and board.
Okay. Do we take part in that?
The town does not have any board members on one investment, no.
Okay. And I asked you last week, what institutions, besides one investment, now that we've established that, what institutions are we dealing with? And how many are locals?
So our existing primary banking agreement is with CIBC, and we have a relationship with CIBC Wood Gundy. We have some existing historical investments with them through that association.
Okay. And I wanted to piggyback on what the deputy mayor was talking about as far as reports go. I had suggested that due to our economic times right now and the, how can you put it sensitively? We have a new president going in today. We've got a prime minister going out. And that does affect the economies of the land. And I think I assume it trickles down to our level as well when it comes to investments. Does an annual report do the job, or should we have semi-annual reports? I suggested quarterly, but that's just making work. But semi-annual reports so we know what the money is doing, the taxpayers' money, on a more regular basis.
So I think the recommendation would not be for council or staff to attempt to react to market conditions through the year. And so I would recommend the annual reporting as giving council sufficient information for overall business planning purposes and to inform council on the efficacy of the policy itself.
And just one more question, Mr. Mayor. I see what you're saying, Dan. I'm not saying that we should be making decisions on where the money should be going. That's why we have you and the organizations we're dealing with. But you're going to give us an annual report. Say you gave it tonight. That's it until next January. And there's just way too much going on that I think we should check in June, let's say, and see what's happened to our investments. By our, I mean the taxpayers' investments, because it's their money.
If council were to give the direction to update the policy with a more frequent reporting basis, certainly we could comply with that. I'll also mention that the types of investments that municipalities are permitted to invest in are typically not overly volatile. There is restrictions on the types of investments that we can make.
Okay, and that's a reasonable answer, but I still think maybe semi-annual reports, Mr. Mayor, as opposed to just one report a year on what's happening with our investments. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, Councillor Stack.
Thank you. So I think I'm probably going to provide the opposite feedback. So like, I'd be concerned with I understand the need to report, but you run the risk of when and I'm guilty of it. I check my investment portfolio every day and it makes me manic. So I think we want to just be aware of, to Daniel's point around, when I look through the proposal, the policy as drafted, it's a fairly conservative policy. So I'm not even sure, unless we're suggesting that the principles would also require active reinvestment and changes. I think we just want to be mindful of how often we bring this in front of people, because it may cause concern. Because if when we had the presidential election, most people's portfolios would have dropped considerably and then sort of rebounded. So you run the risk of causing concern or requiring decisions to be made at a particular economic point in the cycle. And it may just not be, if we're not going to make decisions on that basis, I'm not sure what a quarterly or semi-annual report would provide us, but that's just my feedback.
Thank you. I think Councillor Halpin has another comment.
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and through you. Daniel, it's true that most of these investments that are made are fixed income bonds, etc. Like you're not buying, you're not buying a lot of you're not buying individual stocks, you're not buying mutual funds. Is that correct?
Correct. Currently the town does hold principal protected notes, which have some exposure to equities, but our downside that your capital is protected. And one fund has an equity portfolio, both Canadian and global equity portfolios, but I believe they have similar protections built in.
Sure. So if I could, Mayor, through you. So as long as we have basically fixed income or protected, we don't need to be running and tweaking this. Like fixed income is basically fixed income and bonds are basically bonds. They're really not going to change that much. Correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you. And again, I just reiterate that, I would like to see us invest our money in other municipalities in the province, whether it's through savings bonds or other things like that. So we're supporting each other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Will, the Deputy Mayor?
Just a quick one for clarification. In the definitions, 5.9 is about yield, but included with that paragraph, there's a second definition, procedure. Is there a reason why they weren't separated in two? I think it might just be like something simple to correct, but it's the only one that has two definitions in the same paragraph. They're not connected, are they?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anything further? I think it's a good policy, Dan. We appreciate your work on it. I think, you know, it was just to maybe follow up on your answer to Councilor Davinsky. In fact, we do exercise a certain level of ownership over one because the one investment organization is a subsidiary of LAS, which is a subsidiary of AMO, right? Association of Municipalities of Ontario owns the one investment program. It's a it's totally owned and we're a member. And so it's totally owned by us and our counterparts, the municipalities of Ontario. So it's a very successful investment portfolio. It's very conservative and delivers good results for municipalities all across Ontario in terms of its investments. So I think we can have a lot of confidence that if we stay focused on investments like that, that we're not going to have to worry too much about this portfolio. In fact, the trajectory will be at least over the short term and long term, probably up. So I think this represents a conservative investment policy and an approach to investing taxpayers' money. So I think it's a good approach. So with that, you've heard the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. So I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Thank you. Okay, 9.2 is the encroachment policy update, and the clerk has that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. As noted in the report, the substance of this policy has not been altered drastically, but it is updated to reflect the town as it exists today. The current policy, adopted in June 2005, was then updated in December of 2015, meaning that it is certainly time for a review. The current policy has its strengths, but also some areas for improvement, such as language, as well as enforceability, and just sort of general interpretation. But most importantly, we wanted to ensure that it is reflecting the values of the town and council. Town land is generally for public use and or for the operations of the town. To have any sort of an encroachment on that takes it out of those uses. Though it is clearly stated that encroachments are not permitted, the policy outlines when it may be considered, what other remedies may be more appropriate, what happens if the policy is contravened, and how an encroachment may be granted. In a recent council meeting, there were some discussions about an encroachment, and there was a discussion about fees. So I just wanted to bring to council's attention that there is Schedule C of the recent fees and charges bylaw does talk about the fees associated with encroachment agreements. I welcome any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a resolution that council adopt the encroachment policy. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Mayette, seconded by Councillor Halpin. Questions or comments from members? Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just for clarification, this encroachment policy is about encroachment upon town-owned lands. This isn't about me encroaching upon my neighbor with my deck or my shed, right?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. You are correct. It is for town-owned land only.
Well, perhaps the title should say encroachment upon municipal property, because there's other encroachments that take place, and I'm sure that the Committee of Adjustment deals with them all the time, where somebody's shed or deck or something is within the boundaries to their neighbor's property. And that's an encroachment as well. And if somebody was looking for a policy on encroachments, they might find themselves going down this hole, and it's a different policy altogether.
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. Certainly that is an amendment that we can make if agreed by council.
Other than that, I read it and I support it.
Thank you. We'll go to the Vice Deputy Mayor and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this report as well, and it's really, really good work by staff. And the shore road allowance 6.41. And reviewing it today, the encroachments on a shore road allowance shall not be permitted save and except in exceptional circumstances. Just what do we mean by that?
Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So exactly, things that are extremely out of the ordinary, and because of course the town is not wanting to give such land out of public use. But an example I can think of quite often, we would think of, say, perhaps some sort of health and safety sort of needs. So if there is a house that is of extreme need due to erosion control, would be an example. I know the manager of parks, that's something that has been discussed before. That's an example. But again, it would be an extreme example and not something that could be remedied elsewise or otherwise.
It would take a lot for us to forgive, right? Because I mean, building on a shore road allowance is not something we're encouraging.
Certainly not.
So it'd have to be exceptional.
I might just follow up on that question because it was a thing that I had been thinking about too. I'm not sure that that provision in this bylaw is an accurate expression of where council at least has been at on shore road allowance encroachments, because while I agree that we don't want to encourage people to encroach illegally on the shore road allowance, we have approved non-essential encroachments on the shore road allowance in appropriate circumstances. It is actually has the potential of being a revenue stream for a municipality in certain locations where, particularly on the south end of Port Elgin, there's a lot of land in the shore road allowance that is not usable by the public. It's up on a bluff. It's really not very accessible except to the cottages or homes that are nearby. And the council has, I've in my recent memory, approved 2 encroachments. And that's just my recent memory for patios into that road out into the shore road allowance. I think those were good encroachments. The municipality is profiting by those encroachments. So I just think that perhaps, although we definitely want to discourage anybody from illegally encroaching onto the shore road allowance, they should only have an encroachment with an approval of this council, and it has to be considered on a case-by-case basis. But I don't think we should necessarily say that only in the case of a health and safety issue or something very serious would be considered. I at least, and I guess I only speak for myself, although council has approved as a group some of these encroachments, would be open to encroachments, appropriate encroachments that are not just for a dire circumstance. So I have trouble with that particular provision. That was one I had been thinking about. So I just wanted to follow up with that comment. Further comments, the Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Just first, I would agree with Councillor Mayette that the title of the document should reflect public property. And because one of the concerns I had was that Committee of Adjustment wasn't even mentioned here. And a lot of encroachment type things have over the years floated through that public committee made up of council members and members of the public. Couple of questions that I had. I hope someone might be able to tell me how this would relate to, it talks about how it's about carrying on any alteration on the public land. But if there is some sort of an agreement, what about when there's a change of use of the property or change of ownership? How can we, or even just a change of circumstance to how the actual encroachment is being used based on what was the application in the original case. I just don't see any language in here that sets up opportunities when things change for there to be a little trigger there that establishes where something goes from there. Because we used to talk about, when there was a change of use associated with the property, when something was in non-conformance, that was the time we had a shot at getting something corrected or something changed to be more in line with the bylaw or whatever zoning was applicable. I just don't see any language in here where there's change of ownership, change of use, or a change of the actual, and I mean change of use of the property per se, but change of use of whatever was the reason for the encroachment in the first place. I guess that goes along with, this idea, and it's been mentioned by two other members already about how somebody reasonably demonstrates a need for the encroachment or this special circumstances. And I just, I see some of the encroachment activity that's going on most recently, in my mind anyway, has to do with a lot of parking just happening on public land in road allowances and the like. And I guess I'm concerned that, we need the parking might become a valid reason for encroachment agreements. I don't agree with that. We have all kinds of reasons and ways that people are supposed to address the needs of whatever they're doing on their property. So is there any place in here where there's something that would trigger a reapplication or a something, or would that be embedded in any kind of agreement that gets set? So that's one question that I have.
The clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So I think some of what you've spoken to would be in the agreements themselves, certainly, and so that it is with a specific property owner for a specific thing. So that would be embedded in part of the agreement. So if ownership does change, or if the need for the encroachment no longer exists, then the agreement essentially terminates. Would certainly be part of that. I feel like there was another question, and that was part of it. My apologies.
Change of ownership.
Change of ownership, yes. So that would certainly be one as well, where that could be considered and reevaluated, because of the agreement. The agreement does get registered on the with the property, so it is on title with the land. But like any agreement, there are termination clauses as well, and they have times associated with the agreement.
Thank you. One of the questions I had was related to how is it registered on the title? And you've indicated that, but something being registered on the title doesn't mean it's forever. So if it's an agreement, there is still something there. I'm appreciate what the mayor said about the potential for revenue from this. However, I'm perhaps in the minority, but maybe not, very protective of public property. And I'm really not in favor of these in perpetuity kinds of agreements that give people access to public property for, in some ways, personal use, perhaps related to their business. But it's setting up that the public doesn't have the use of that land for an awfully long time. So there's nothing in here about timelines, but I would hope that it's hard to understand how council still has authority in all of this as I read through the document, but I would hope that most encroachment agreements will still have to come to council, and there still will be consideration given to timelines. And along with that, I don't see a whole lot of teeth in here associated with enforcement. There's a number of places where existing encroachments are mentioned, and if you read through the definitions, an existing encroachment is something from 2006, according to this. Well, of course, that was, almost 20 years ago now. But there's something in here about how, let's see if I can find it here. There's something in here about how if 6.3.2, the town may also develop it's 6.3.2 in the policy. The town may also develop a bylaw to recognize existing encroachments and to regulate how encroachments are to be considered. How encroachments are to be considered. So that would be a totally freestanding document related to existing encroachments. We don't have the ability to put in some enforcement stuff in here to bring some things that maybe are quote unquote illegal, that, they would have to make an application and go through this process. We'd have to come up with a whole other policy to address something that's existing, because it does define existing as 2006. But again, there's 20 years from then to now. So how are we going to enforce what's gone on in the last 20 years that there aren't any agreements. So I'm just confused a little bit about the timeline and would like to see a little more enforcement comment in here.
Clerk?
Thank you through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So with regards to council authority, first off, with the exception of 6.2, which talks to highways and for the most part fairly minor, fairly small encroachments that involve highways or road allowances, the ongoing authority exists with council. If there is an agreement for an encroachment that comes before council and council is not in agreement with it, then council has the ability, the authority, the privilege to say no. That's what will always happen with these agreements. So if there is something that is not in line with the values of the council, then that is what would happen. It would be a no and renegotiate. So that's sort of the point with that. As far as enforcement goes, and I may look to the Director of Development Services with regards to bylaw. From my experience, that if there is an encroachment on municipal land, it's our land. So we tell people to get off of it. Right? So if they have something that they have built that is on town land that is not within, does not fall within the policy, then letters are circulated to advise people that they are encroaching on municipal land and it is their responsibility at their cost to remove it.
So in listening to what you just said, with very few exceptions, encroachment stuff will still flow through a council agenda with very few exceptions.
That is correct.
Okay, and I appreciate your comment about enforcement. If it's on our land, it's, you know, it's whatever. Unfortunately, the whole bylaw enforcement or the enforcement opportunities here seem to have to be triggered by complaints. And so that's a dilemma that I have often. People call me, and as I'm sure they do other members of council, and, you know, we put in the complaint because people don't want to have to make that complaint because they don't think that there's confidentiality. Yes, there is, and all that kind of business. But unfortunately, we don't seem to enable or empower town staff to just take care of things when they see stuff. It has to be a complaint-driven kind of enforcement. I don't agree with that because it forces people sometimes who are neighbors to make comments that they just don't want to engage in that way, where some of them are pretty obvious, but I do appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. I support this policy. I feel it's showing a few teeth for those people who want to do things without permission and then you know, ask for forgiveness later. Kind of something I've been upset with through my short time on council. I've been involved, I guess, with two encroachments. And I believe one right when we first started was on a beach property. And you know, I kind of regret that now. And I'm going to say I disagree with our esteemed mayor on that, because what I'm worried about is if you start letting, let's just let Johnny put his patio out on encroaching on our land. And then Peter's got to keep up with Johnny, and then Peter's got one, and then Fred's got one, and Susan, and on and on. And I would like to just keep our beach area as natural as we can. And those cliffs, as you described, or areas like that, they're important natural areas as well that should be left that way. So I think if you own a waterfront property, that's great. And you can do whatever you're permitted to do on your waterfront property, but not on the town property. And I'm not really in favor of offering, like, just say, hey, if you live in the waterfront and there's a wide beach, come and see us, we'll sell you an encroachment. And I would like to stay away from that. And I would like to keep our waterfront as natural as is possible. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Thank you for calling me esteemed. That was very nice. I think, and I certainly, I really, I appreciate those comments, and I think that they're justified. I think my only comment is that a lot of these encroachments already exist. The area isn't natural anymore. They've existed for a long time. People have encroached out on the shore road allowance for like 110 years in lots of cases, right? And so somebody new buys the house, they want to change it, and they want to essentially retain that patio. And we have approved that, and we get paid now because they now have to do a deal with us, and they pay us for it. And if enough people were to do that, it becomes this revenue stream that we can use to actually improve the waterfront. And so I think I agree that it should not be a question, certainly should never be a question of selling pieces of the shore road allowance. I am completely opposed to parceling off the shore road allowance and selling it in any way. But I do think you can have an agreement where somebody can use a piece of it on condition that we get it back if we really need it, and they can do what they want there. And then if we have to take it, and all of our agreements that we have there say, if we need to go through here with with a sewer or something, we can. And unfortunately, whatever you built there goes because we need it. But I think it does create some revenue. So there's probably a bit of there's a difference of opinion there. My own preference would be to sort of see a softening of the shore road allowance language to say council will consider encroachments on the shore road allowance on a case-by-case basis or something like that. But I guess I'm also not overly hung up on it. If there's not a lot of agreement around that, then I can let it go. But anyway, yeah, Councillor Helpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. And we do have some disagreement on this, but you are an esteemed mayor. So thank you.
Yeah, the deputy mayor.
Just for clarification, and again, in the definitions, it says existing encroachment means encroachments in place prior to June 26, 2006. In no way is this policy, when we approve it, if we approve it, this policy is not saying, anything beyond 2006 is just, it's now okay because it's an existing one. There's a definite date here. So it means that, what's possible since 2006 in terms of encroachments should really have some sort of agreement attached to it to be completely legitimate. This is not grandfathering in anything that's happened in the last 20 years that doesn't have an agreement, is it?
Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. No, it's not saying that they're grandfathered, but it's acknowledging that they are existing in place, so that it just kind of means that they're handled slightly differently. I'm not sure if the director has anything he wishes to add to that. But for example, when you're dealing with if you think of like maybe a piece of a patio, if you will, like a small part of a patio is encroaching on municipal land, it would not be necessarily approved today, but it was in existence back then. So it's not like the town is going in and saying, thou shalt remove this now, if that makes sense.
But again, the date is 2006. That's very explicitly described here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anything further on this policy before we take the vote? If not, you've heard the recommendation. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're then on to the consent agenda. So this is a new feature of our agendas, and I'll just describe what we're doing here with this one. So the intent of the consent agenda is that there would be the things that are in this agenda, there won't be any significant discussion on if it stays on this agenda. They're just good to approve or receive as they are. So, and you could ask minor questions to clarify information on things that are on the consent agenda. So if you want to consider it in more detail, any of these items, then what you need to do is remove it from the consent agenda to have it considered separately. So what I will ask every time when the consent agenda comes up is sort of similar to bylaws. Does anybody wish to have one of these reports considered separately from the consent agenda? And then once we do that, we will actually vote on the resolution that's connected to the thing. the things that remain on the consent agenda, we will just vote on the one motion that items, whatever through whatever, be approved and received for information. So I hope that's clear. So what I will ask now is, does anybody wish to have any of these items discussed, considered separately? And I'll ask the Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And we just one for me really, and that was the condominium garbage and recycling status for basically, Club of West Links. I just had
Yep.
a couple questions there for clarification.
So item 10.2 will be
Yeah.
considered separately. Others?
I'm fine for the rest.
Yeah, the Councillor Mayette?
10 point, sorry, the Saugeen Sparks one that we had a confidentiality,
Yep, fair enough.
pecuniary interest on.
Yep, all right, so that's item 10.5 will be
10.5,
considered
yes,
separately.
separately.
The Deputy Mayor?
I think the business licensing bylaw update is worthy of more discussion.
Item 10.1, any others? Councillor Grace?
I was also going to suggest 10.1. Thank you.
So now I have 10.1, 10.2, and 10.5. Anybody else going once, going twice, 3 times? Okay, so we will consider 10.1, 10.2, and 10.5 separately. I'll go through those, and then we will come back and consider the rest as on consent. So, the Deputy Mayor?
Just as a way that's just supposed to work, 10.7 communications is in there too. If anybody wants to speak to any of those items, do
Actually,
they have to do that now?
Yeah, it's a good idea. And I heard from Councillor Halpin that he wished to speak to, remind me which one it was. It was the one on Pioneer Cemetery. Is that right, Councillor? Yeah, so we will draw that one out too, then the item. That's 10.7, item 3. Anybody else have any of those items? Okay, the Deputy Mayor?
Well, I feel that there's a couple in there that are worthy of our support. So how do we do that now?
All right, what I'm going to do is draw all the communications out. 10.7 will be considered separately. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, if nothing further then, so we'll start then with item 10.1, which is the business licensing bylaw. The resolution is that council received the business licensing bylaw report for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Mayette. And discussion, the Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thanks. I just wanted to have us potentially consider that some municipalities have banned the sale of fireworks in their communities. So we're still having language in here about fireworks. So I just wondered when we would get to a discussion about what isn't okay. This licensing bylaw doesn't speak at all to any kind of accommodation situations. And we've heard from the fire chief along the way about how, there are some needs perhaps in the near future associated with short-term rentals and some inspections associated with fire safety and that sort of thing. There's no reference to accommodations in this document. There's also differences in liability. In some cases, some kinds of licenses require $1 million worth of liability, and others there's $2 million. I just wasn't too sure if, we really understood why there would be a difference. And also, I just was wondering why core commercial is separated out in highway commercial and this is for food trucks, I think specifically. Highway commercial isn't mentioned at all. So I just, there's a couple of things that I don't know exactly how we get to that point, but in particular, I guess the accommodations piece and the fireworks piece, I may be in the minority about fireworks, but fireworks are chemicals in the sky, and it's a different kind of world we're living in now. And some communities have in fact removed that from their mix. There's places near here, I understand, of course, that you can buy fireworks, but it's still in this bylaw. So when is the place where we can have those kinds of discussions?
Clerk?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So with regards to the fireworks, there was quite recently, November 2023 is when council recently adopted a fireworks bylaw specifically. So I think if there was an appropriate time to discuss those sorts of prohibitions, where specific types or what have you are to be prohibited, then that would be a conversation with, it's the fire chief who advanced that bylaw. And perhaps, I don't want to speak for him, of course, see, he's not here this evening, but the CAO may have some comments with regards to that. As well, the short-term rentals or accommodations, that is something that is also within the office of the CAO that is being reviewed by strategic initiatives. So I'm not sure if somebody from that office would like to. I'm sorry, that is the development services report that's going to be coming forward. So I'm not sure if the director may have additional comments to provide with regards to that.
Thankfully,
I
the
wasn't-
CAO is responsible for all of it, so maybe she can speak.
And I said accommodations, which went beyond short-term rentals. So like, because accommodations aren't mentioned at all in here. Thank you.
The CAO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to business licensing, I think where you broach the topic of business licensing is through short-term rentals for the most part. So to answer your question, that piece is part of the 2025 business plan and being reviewed by Development Services. They'll bring that back for council consideration.
Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Grace and then Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And excuse me, thank you, Dawn, for the report and update. My question is about, well, it's kind of referred to in the review criteria, which is section 3.9. Talks about one consideration for giving a business license for a refreshment vehicle is the proximity of existing permanent businesses offering similar products shall be considered, and also the impact of charitable organizations hosting fundraising events. So I'm thinking in particular of an example in Southampton on High Street and the weekly car show. This situation is not, I think, currently hasn't occurred probably since the pandemic. But I wondered if it's possible for us to include language. My concern is when a for-profit refreshment vehicle is located beside the car show and is drawing business away from business owners who pay taxes on High Street, are members of the BIA. But, you know, I'm not including one-off situations like Canada Day or, you know, for instance, Pumpkin Fest is included in this policy as being exempt, and because it's they have refreshment vehicles and other vendors, food vendors, but it's one event. So what I'm wondering is it possible for us to discuss a possible amendment to permit charities and other nonprofits to sell food in our downtown corridors during special events like Pumpkin Fest or Canada Day with, for instance, the Rotary Club providing food for a charitable purpose, fundraising purpose, but use wording which avoids for-profit competition with existing businesses on a regular basis. Because I saw that situation with the car show is going on every Thursday night and competing with food vendors on our main street. So I'd like to discuss that.
Sure. I think just for clarity's sake tonight, so staff is bringing us this report because they are in the process of creating this bylaw. So they're receiving council's feedback so that they can structure the bylaw appropriately for us to actually consider adoption. So your comments, all members' comments are sort of received and digested by the clerk, and she'll come back. So I'll ask the clerk, do you have any comments at this time to the comments raised by Councillor Grace.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. I appreciate the comments very much. I think it's a lens that certainly needs to be looked at, because you're correct with regards to local businesses that are, as you say, paying taxes, and they're, active parts of the community, and ensuring that there is space for the local charities and not-for-profits to be a part of these events. And it's probably also in many cases a vital part of their fundraising. So ensuring that there's both of those perspectives in the bylaw, and that can be looked at certainly for when it comes back to council.
Okay, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Just on the topic of fireworks, this is kind of a beach town, and I think fireworks are kind of go with that beach vibe. The May 24th, Canada Day, Labor Day, and I'm not opposed to having fireworks sold in our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I read a section in here on seasonal sales, and out in my neck of the woods, which is not the urban area, it's quite often traditional. And Mr. Mayor, perhaps you were one for a farmer, somebody in the agricultural zone, to plant an acre or half an acre of corn or a vegetable field, and then at the end of the laneway, their young children, young teenagers perhaps, get a chance to get into business, whether it's a lemonade stand or a corn stand or a watermelon stand. And I hope that we don't get to the point where something like that gets prohibited, because it's really unique to be able to pull up along, even if there's nobody there, but, put your $2 in and grab a few cobs of corn kind of thing. Not to take away from established businesses that are in that industry, but it's something I think that is a longstanding tradition in the agricultural zone of Saugeen Township, and I would like to see that there be maybe some exemption, or if it's even silent, that would be sufficient as well.
The clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So that exemption exists. Yes, so 2.4D talks to local farm growers that are exempt from obtaining a hawkers and peddlers license or paying any sort of fee if the produce they're selling is being sold on from their property and has been grown and harvested by them. So yeah, no, it was a long bylaw, so that's fine.
Thank you. For the comments, the Deputy Mayor.
I was waiting to see if the Vice Deputy Mayor asked this one, because normally I don't ask a question related to Lamont Sports Park, but there is language in here. It's in 3.7. It's 3.7F. It says one license may be issued for the following municipal locations, and then F is municipal sports park. So that would be Lamont. So one license may be issued for the following location: anywhere public washrooms are available. Public washrooms aren't defined, but I guess porta potty or permanent structure would fit in there. No concession booths are under lease agreement. So until there's a concession there, I don't believe there would be any lease agreement, and no special occasion permits are in place. I guess I just wanted to make sure that this is not setting up that, because it says one license may be issued. There potentially would be events there. I guess the special occasion permit might cover this off in one way if there's in particular perhaps alcohol involved. But there are some events that I presume will go on out there, where it might be for a little kids baseball tournament, that there won't be a special occasion permit per se. But there would probably be an opportunity for more than one licensed food vendor to be there. Is this enabling that, or is the language here about one license may be issued? Would that prohibit anybody, like beyond one? There couldn't be anything else out there if it was an event outside of a special occasion permit until the time when there's a concession stand there.
Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So with an example like Lamont Sports Park, it is one license at a time. So if there is taco truck that's a bad example, but let's say a taco truck. And it goes out to Lamont Sports Park. They've secured a license for that facility. And they have it for the entire season. So with the exception of when there is a special event permit where they are wanting to bring in their own refreshment vehicles, then that taco truck has exclusive right to be there. And let's give another example. Let's say that there's the taco truck, but they're only wanting to be there in May, June, and July. They don't want to be out there in August. So then somebody else could be there for August, September, let's say. They're selling cheese sandwiches. So, yeah.
So at the risk of sounding naive, when there is a baseball tournament there is an expectation that who's ever hosting that baseball tournament will have a special occasion permit. I'm just, it's just, I understand the thing about the taco truck, but when there's a big event there with, the hundreds of people that we hope will come, there's something good, I think, about having A, options, but B, also availability. So are we stopping that from happening in the absence of a special occasion permit?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Charbonneau. So the Director of Community Services may be able to answer this better, but I'm going to suggest that probably when we have a special event out there where you have hundreds of people, they're bringing in vendors. So I don't know that that is a scenario that is contemplated simply because I don't know that it exists. I'm not sure if the director has any knowledge of that beyond what I've stated, but that's my understanding of it. But certainly those conversations can continue.
The Director of Community Services.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Don. Yeah, well, what we've seen out at Lamont Sports Park so far is that when we have minor ball tournaments or men's and ladies slow pitch wrap-up tournaments, which are very popular, is that there's 4 or 5 different food vendor trucks on site there, and they're responsible for bringing those in and then filling out a special occasions permit through the town or a special event permit through the town.
Okay. Any further comments? I have a comment on it. I'm probably a bit of an outlier on this policy, but I have some fundamental issues with a big chunk of the policy. I think that there's really 2 separate streams here, right? There's business being done on municipal property. So things like the Deputy Mayor was just referring to, with the food truck that Councillor Grace was talking about at the car show, things happening on our land. We have an absolute responsibility and right to regulate that and to issue permits for it and to regulate it. The other track here is on private land. And I don't get what our interest is in any of it. Honestly, there's a lot of regulation on business operating across our community. We're picking, 3 or 4 classes of businesses here and demanding that they get licenses from us. I don't understand the difference between, like we have here, a facility, we talk about entertainment establishments, right? A menagerie or a circus. I mean, if you want to have a circus on private land, if it meets the zoning, I don't know what else what the problem is. Why do we have to have a license? There's public health. They have laws you have to follow. The province has laws you have to follow. Our license doesn't add anything to that. It's just another license that you have to pay for. That's one thing, but you go down to other things in entertainment here, like, where are we here? Like a place of amusement. We're talking, that could mean any number of things. What is our interest in places of amusement, but we don't have an interest in restaurants? I don't get it. Like, it doesn't make sense. I believe this is sort of a vestige left over from a bygone era where we were restricting certain things because the laws from the province or other levels didn't exist. But now they do exist. There's the AGCO, there's, you just name it. There's every time you turn around, if you're in business, there's another regulator that you have to approach and get permission to do stuff from. Our regulation is just a regulation. It gives us knowledge that these things are happening, but doesn't offer anything more than that, at least nothing more that isn't already provided by some other piece of legislation. So in my view, the elements within this bylaw that relate to private property ought to be removed. We should deregulate all of this. And allow the other levels of government that regulate these businesses to do their work. They will provide an adequate level of safety and security to the public. And so that's my view. If it comes back with all of this in it, I will oppose it. And I think that, I do think that that we do need a policy to regulate, as I said at the beginning, this activity, business activity on our lands, those refreshment vehicles, all of those things. That's where our interest is. We have to control that. What's happening on private lands, plenty of control there, and we don't need to interest ourselves in it. So that, I think, is what my position will be when the bylaw comes back. The Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that comment. It's an interesting approach and I think worth some further consideration. Curious though, how would you then look at using the car show and the situation on High Street as an example? On public land, which would be the street and the sidewalk and the little bit of road allowance, that's fine. But if there's no regulations requiring any kind of licensing associated with private property, that would mean, and I'm not saying this would necessarily happen, but anybody with a driveway that, kind of backs onto that could wheel in a food cart and, Bob's your uncle, they're in business. So I don't know if, I understand what you're saying and I agree with you, but I still think that there's some opportunity there for something that puts some definition around it so that it's not a free-for-all just because you're on private property. Thanks.
But as I said, there is a great deal of regulation, including the zoning bylaw, right? A person can't just can't just open a business on a residential piece of property, can't just open a restaurant, or if they can, and we're not happy with it, we can amend the zoning bylaw. So we have municipality exercises control over the use of private lands through our zoning bylaw and through other bylaws. So I would say if the car show neighbors on a piece of property where food vendors are permitted through the zoning bylaw, then they should be able to do that. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no problem with it. And if we decide there is a problem with it, council amends the zoning bylaw. Yeah, the Deputy Mayor.
Just one other question. One of the issues in previous years has been, when the special golf sales come to town. So they're often, I know they've been at the Legion in Southampton. I'm sure the Legion in Port Elgin has been a host site. So those would be private property. But one of the issues is with some of those types of hawkers and peddlers, those one-off kinds of sales that come into town, they put signage up everywhere. So, what I've always been told is that the licensing process at least gave us a chance to say, hey, you can't put signs up everywhere and we have this bylaw and you need to abide by it. So, if it was on private property, how do we make sure that the rest of our bylaws get conveyed? And I'm not asking you to answer the question, but it's something on private property. They still have to abide by the zoning bylaw, but the sign bylaw and a number of other things. But worth exploring, I think.
Yeah, thank you. We won't have a debate here today, but I think it's an opportunity at least to consider, I think, whether we should deregulate some of these areas. Signage is controlled by the sign bylaw. Like there's always another bylaw to control these things, right? There's always another law apart from this one in almost every case I can think of. So I think we should, well, that's certainly my view, and we'll discuss it again when the bylaw comes back. Is there any further questions or comments? Councillor Stack.
So just a couple of clarifications, and I think I'm just, as usual, a bit behind. So on the deletions related to taxis, so I see some of the changes, I think, reflect the fact that, maybe to the mayor's point, that some of the requirements we'd put in the original bylaw. So maybe the first question is, the red line you've provided reflects the 2000, is a red line against the 2004 bylaw, correct?
Thank you, through Mayor Charbonneau. So in retrospect, I will say that the red line, in general, you are correct. However, the part to do with taxis remains, simply because what this bylaw proposes is that that part stays until the discussions have happened countywide to discuss the taxi and rideshare um, licensing regime to make it sort of borderless, if you will. So that part, it's redlined because it's not in the proposed bylaw, but it does still remain. So it is slightly misleading, and for that I do apologize. When this comes back, we'll make that a bit more clear.
Okay, thank you. So I think the only comment I would add, and I think so the way I sort of, and just my feedback, so the way I read some of these regulations, it's an opportunity to collect some revenue for the municipality. When you look at some of the licensing requirements for some of these businesses, let's say on private land, I think I take the point that there's an opportunity to, I hesitate to, I don't like the term deregulate. I would say streamline. So where, to the mayor's point, there are already bylaw requirements, I think the point's well taken. And maybe my suggestion is that when we see this the next time, what actually might be useful is a table that says, look, we've looked at what's in the business licensing bylaw, and we've reflected that the substance or the intent of the license requirement is sufficiently addressed in existing bylaw A, B, C, D, E. Because I think we may be able to satisfy some of the concerns raised by some of the members of council as well as the mayor. And frankly, for myself, I think I've made this comment before. It's quite difficult to navigate through the bylaw regime of any municipality. I don't think that's unique to Saugeen Shores. It's a bit difficult. So the more we can actually provide that clarification, I actually think that would be something useful for some community members, particularly those who may be concerned about the business that takes place on private property. I think clarifying to the public that, look, we're not saying that it's a free for all. We're actually saying adding $150 charge is probably, we're prepared to take that with, if that's the decision, to sort of not take that revenue in the interest of not making it regulated for the sake of adding regulation. At least from my perspective, I think that would be helpful to make any of these decisions, to understand what we have in place already. And then again, I'm not, and so maybe my second actual question is some of this language that we use, and is this just sort of like even temporary hawker peddler? Like, is that just legacy language from the Municipal Act?
Through Mayor Charbonneau, the origins of hawkers and peddlers, I don't know.
Okay.
It is not modern language, I agree, but it is certainly legacy. There is some language that is in there that is more regulatory in nature, or more legislative in nature, and it just goes along the lines with ensuring that we have the enforceability and all that. So sometimes the language might be a little bit more legislative than necessary, and we can certainly look at putting it into a more common language. If I can find alternatives to hawkers and peddlers, I will certainly make that recommendation to council.
Yeah, and I think that kind of points to my comment, which I made to you around the use of the term, which frankly, the term ambulatory, I can't believe I know that's not your wording choice. But one of the comments I would have, and I think just generally speaking, as we look to modernize some of our bylaws, all you have to do is define, like capitalize it and define it. And we can use whatever, like street vendor, temporary street vendor, I think probably conveys the point better than a hawker or peddler. Because I think those are terms generally in the pejorative, is my impression of it. So I just wonder if maybe just as a general comment, as we go forward with some of our more modernization, this bylaw or others, we can just consider using modern language where there's or clearer language for the average person. Thanks.
Okay, I think we'll move on from this one now. So we do have the recommendation that, and it has been moved and seconded. So I'll ask all in favor. It's carried. So now we're going to go to 10.2, which is the condominium garbage and recycling status. And there is a recommendation that resolution that council receive the condominium garbage and recycling status report for information. Is there a mover and seconder for that? Moved by the Vice Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Duhaime. Discussion. The Vice Deputy Mayor.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this will be for the Director of Operations, Matt, I think Matt's here, is he? Yep, yep. Do you,
Yeah, go ahead.
um, Matt, I just wondering, there seems to be, is it fair to say there's a considerable amount of inconsistencies with our town's current practices with the, with corporations where we handle Bosra, garbage pickup, blue box, and is some of the issue centered around grandfathering? I looked at the charts, what's picked up, what's not, and seems to be some have been grandfathered, and is it fair to say there seems to be a lot of inconsistencies? And is that something that in 2025 you plan to address in a report form to come back and say, look, we gotta move forward fixing these inconsistencies?
I'd agree with everything you said, yes. The past practice appears to be based on whatever was decided at the time and in the former municipalities in some cases. So there is a lack of clarity in past practice, and it would be good to sort of clear that up, yes.
You're gonna work on that in the report form, come back with recommendations, Matt, in 2025. It just seems to be, in reviewing the report in length, and I heard the report back in April from one of the residents, it just seems to be quite a mess. And we make, and it's a case by case, I guess we've made those decisions over the last 25 plus years.
Yeah, in all fairness, you wouldn't expect differently because they were former municipalities, made their own decisions for their own reasons. So.
Yeah. Because when we talk about Fairway Road, Fairway Lane is deemed to be a public road, whereas Eagle Court at West Links is deemed to be a private road. I guess my question is, who made that distinction? Was that the town of Saugeen Shores, our staff, or was that was that the West Links that decided, like, the public road versus the? Because in your report you talk about a public road, and you talk about a private road, and depending whether it's a public road or private road, seem to determine whether there's garbage and blue box pickup. Is that correct?
That's the only discernible pattern we could pick up, but there's exceptions to that as well, yes.
So
and the designation of private or public road is going to be made at the point of site plan approval for the condominium development. And that would be whatever was done at the time and based on what the developer wanted to do and presented to the town.
So that development plan, would this council or staff, this council deemed what was a public road versus private road at that time? Or was it the condominium, was it the corporation that did that?
Well, it was, I can't speak for planning, and I certainly haven't been here long enough to say so, but they propose something and it is typically approved. And they'll propose to keep a road private on condominium development, and we'll have a public road for access to it.
The CAO has a comment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when council receives plans of condominiums, sometimes there's internal roads to those plans of condominiums. That's what makes them private roads.
So you made a mention in your report that a private road pickup for condominium corporations can be added to the Bosra contract as a provisional item for council consideration. Is that council consideration, Bosra consideration, both consideration?
I could be specific. I think when we do negotiate the extension of the garbage contract with Bosra, we can include as possible additional scope of services, pickup of garbage on private roads such as those, and find out the price and report to council with options.
Understood. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm really pleased that Matt's finally going to address this, because there has been a lot of inconsistencies over the years with garbage and blue box pickup when it comes to condominiums and corporations. So it's been fair for one but not the other, and so I'm really pleased you're addressing it, because I think it is a concern. And you're right, there was a decision Southampton made, decisions Port Elgin made, and now the township out of Westlink. And so I just commend you for addressing it, because it's a bit of a yeah, it's a bit mixed up, and the inconsistencies. I'm glad you're addressing it. So thanks for your good work.
Thank you, Councillor Halpin.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and through you. Matt, I got faith that you're going to address this and look after it. I know it's in our best interest to provide recycling opportunities because we're all aware of the expense of a landfill site and the limitations to our landfill site. I support the idea of, rather than just dealing with one issue right now, we look at the whole issue and solve the whole problem. And again, Matt, I have faith in you for that. I do have a question though. Is there anything that can be done to accommodate those that wish recycling and perhaps they don't want to wait until, till this gets resolved? Are there opportunities for those people to recycle? Thank you.
Director?
I think the question is not whether or not they're recycling. The question is whether they're recycling at public expense or through some private arrangement through the condominium corporation. So unless discussions were ongoing between Basra and the condominium corporation directly, I don't know what could be done. Bear in mind that less than a year from now, the municipality's involvement in recycling will, in theory, cease to exist in a way. Producer pay model will come into play. And that actually adds another wrinkle to this, where we have to consider a bunch of other issues at the same time as the option of changing how recycling may be provided to condominiums. Ineligible sources will be the number one thing we'll have to figure out, I think.
Okay, thank you, Marin, through you. So yeah, and I understand how that new system is coming in and we can put it all together, but to be clear, are those people still able to recycle right now? And it's just that they're having to pay for it. Is that the issue?
Difficult for them.
Or difficult? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I have Councilor Duhaime.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just to comment, Matt, with the table one here, are we worried about some of these condominium corps here are not that old? I'm just wondering if like the town's prepared staffing wise and everything to deal with increased, or I guess Basra increased pickup for garbage and recycling. A lot of the like maybe it's an issue with the specific condo corp in terms of not, like, I know many condo buildings are defined private area condos that have their own green bins, and I know my parents are in one in Southampton. The people that spoke tonight are in the same one, and I haven't heard any issues of recycling or garbage pickup issues by a private company. Because it looks like there's quite a few on here that have no Basra role for both recycling and garbage. So just wondering if they are staffed adequately to even handle that if a bunch of these other condo corps decide that they Basra pickup, and how that would look financially. That's all.
The director, any comment?
The real work will be to go through these things with a fine tooth comb and determine if there's another arrangement that can be done. The issue that was brought to us was primarily centered around condominium developments with a private road, where in theory the truck could just drive down and pick up, but because of the distinction of the private road, that wasn't being done. I think we'd focus on addressing those more so than the condominiums that have already set up very separate garbage and recycling arrangements and aren't interested in changing. Those may be ones that we wouldn't bother changing the status quo.
Okay, thank you. The Deputy Mayor.
I don't know if this is a question for the director or someone else, but anybody living in one of these condo units, their assessment is taking into account the same stuff that everybody else's assessment is taking into account. So they're not getting reduced assessments on their properties in terms of tax payment because they don't have Basra. I guess, that their taxes are literally, subsidizing, I guess, the rest of the service in some ways. So like there is no reduction in somebody's assessed value just because they're not eligible for this municipal service that other taxpayers have access to. That's a fair statement.
be speculating, but it sounds reasonable to say that.
Well, like has been said by a couple members of council, I really appreciate this report. It's the first time I've ever seen a chart like this in all my years on council. Thank you for whoever did this work. And, you know, I also appreciate your comment that a year from now, there's a whole bunch of other factors that are going to come into play. So, you know, it'd be nice to provide some assistance to people who are paying for something in their taxes that they're not eligible for. But I hope as we get closer to a year from now that, you know, whatever the outcome is of the new provincial situation, that we're still having good recycling available in this community and that every member of every property owner in this town has access to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Davinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And full disclosure, I reside in a condo complex that has garbage collection, which we haven't talked about here. We've just talked about recycling. And we have the blue box pickup. This was decided by council unanimously. And this is one of those that is grandfathered, if you will, Matt. It was decided by council on October 25th, 2021, that this and one other complex would be grandfathered in with these services because we had them since the late 90s. So it continued. The plan then was to say, stop everything and just put these big containers somewhere in the complex and you can throw your garbage in there and so on. And Basra may pick it up. But it may also be a private contractor that does this. And I'd like these graph that's come out that says what everybody's doing and so on. Some of them are in apartment type like buildings. So it's a little different there, but we're in a complex that if you look at it, it's single family dwellings. So it is a little different. I guess I'm putting in a plug here and I shouldn't be doing this because I'm sure this is going to come back to council. But can you tell me what the ultimate goal is of this project that we're doing here? I know you're coming up with a new contract negotiations with Basra. Is that the goal? Is the goal to get everybody in? Because I can say, as I think the deputy mayor alluded to, we pay full pop. We pay full taxes in our particular situation, and we do not get all the amenities that other taxpayers get. The garbage collection and the blue box pickup is one that we do get and that we fought for because of grandfathering and so on. And I guess I'm on a soapbox here, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for that. But I'm wondering, are we trying to get everybody picked up their garbage, their recycling? Or are we trying to eliminate it entirely? I'm not quite sure where we're going.
I think I might just interject there and just say, I think that's a policy that council's going to have to decide. Like we're going to have to decide what we want to do. Matt will bring us all the information. And then we'll have to decide, do we want to bring everybody in? Some people, we can parse it how we like. But I think that's a policy decision that council will have to make with information that Matt's going to bring us in this report.
Which would be primarily the financial impact to the town.
Yeah, all the things that we need to consider. I'm sure he'll have a whole bunch of stuff for us.
Through your worship, I think specifically want to bring forward different options and the cost of those options for council's consideration. That's the intent. It
Okay.
won't be, we should do this or we should do that. It's here are your options. What does council choose?
Okay,
So
that's,
that'll apply
that's
to
fair.
garbage primarily. Recycling, it's a different story because of the transition.
Because of the change, yeah. Okay, thank you both for some clarity. I know it's coming back, and I shouldn't be doing this, but I keep protecting what I've worked hard to keep in the first place. So, thank you very much, Matt. Terrific report. Thanks.
Okay, one more from Councillor Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Matt, for the report. I support this way forward, as inconvenient as it is. I'm really sorry for the folks who are looking at this inconsistency in the West Links area. But the fact that the province is supposedly rolling out their residential recycling producer pays model, and that is going to influence what our policy is going to be going forward. I think it makes sense for us to work on this year with those supports from the province or restrictions or whatever ends up coming down in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you. And yeah, I think I just agree with those comments from Councillor Grace. I think this is a great year actually to be looking at this. The whole thing is up in the air, which means we can kind of decide how the chips fall in the end. And it gives us a good opportunity to look at the whole system, how we're providing recycling, how we're providing garbage, and maybe even an opportunity to reallocate some resources to make certain things work. So, so there's a lot of things that we have to come to understand. There's a lot of information that we're going to need over the coming year. It's good to have this conversation now because we can include this as part of the broader discussion on garbage and recycling collection, and then council can make an informed decision with all on the base how the whole system is going to look in the new world that's going to start on January 1, 2026. So it's great that we're going to have that opportunity, and I thank you for the report.
Thank you,
Matt. So you've heard the recommendation, and I'll ask all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so now we're going to move on to 10.5, which is the committee report on the SSTC and Pumpkin Fest one-time funding. We have two members with pecuniary interest there, and they'll just roll back from their positions there. While we consider this, the resolution is the council direct staff to include $30,000 towards SSTC/Pumpkin Fest as one-time funding from the tax stabilization reserve as their mover and seconder. Stack and Davinsky. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Okay. Now we're on, so 10.7, which is communications, was the final item we drew out of the consent agenda. So members have certain items they want to discuss there, and I'll turn it over to you to identify which ones those are. Start with Councillor Halpin.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. So the communication that I wanted to deal with was from the Ministry of Citizenships and about the Pioneer Cemetery restoration. And I just want to say I'm really disappointed by this letter. The town of Saugeen Shores has made 3 delegations on this. I was present for the last 2. In 2003, Vice Deputy Mayor Mike Myatt made a delegation. I was present at that. And we were told to come back with a long-term plan and a number, a figure that we needed. And we did that. We had a plan. We invested in the first steps of a multi-year plan. We had answers for all his questions. And the minister on the delegation in 2024, the minister seemed positive and interested, even mentioning possible sources of funding. So just very disappointed with this letter. And, you know, I'm just posing to council, what are our next steps for this? Another delegation? Do we contact our MPP? And just to mention to people who like to cut trees down on the waterfront and stuff, that for historical context, this all started because a guy clear cut the bank so that from his grave, he would have an undisturbed view of the Saugeen River. That's where this all kind of started. But anyways, I'm disappointed with this. And I just asked my council colleagues, what is the next step for us? in this important issue.
I might turn that over to the CAO who can tell us on the advocacy front. Will say before that this is obviously council just approved the 2020 or is about to approve the 2025 business plan and budget, and this project's included in there, funded. We're funding it. So I mean, we're getting to the point where we're going to do the project. So that's, in my view, where we're at, but maybe there's still some advocacy work underway and the CAO can speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would offer, I feel the same level of frustration because we participated in all those meetings that you mentioned. It does remain on our priority list for advocacy. I can't commit to where we'll get to with it, but we'll continue to raise it.
Okay, Councillor Stack.
Thank you. I think when we discussed this in 2023, I'd asked about whether we would bring Lisa Thompson to the site and show her the current condition. So my first question is, did we ever bring her to the site? Through you, Mr. Mayor, that request was noted in the media and made it to Lisa Thompson that way, and she has not accepted the invitation. Okay. So I wonder if I think if we read the news today, the premier is likely to call an election. So this may be the opportune moment to revisit that and remind Lisa, as well as the other members of provincial parliament, that they were elected in many rural ridings, including our own, and that they have an obligation to listen to our requests. I know we tend to take a path of more conciliatory requests, but I think in some instances, they've demonstrated that they are not listening, and that response in that letter to me is a good example of that. And I think my frustration is growing because she's come here, Lisa, Minister Thompson has been here on several occasions when there's a celebration and there's an opportunity to be recognized and recognize a community member, which is great, but we have real issues. We have physician shortages. We have, the cemetery issue. So I'm not sure if a coffin falling into the river will be the moment in time in which they recognize that we need some assistance here. But I think we're at a point where, particularly in this year, a bit more direct feedback to them, a bit more public feedback is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, I think that we can certainly make the request again to Minister Thompson to come to the site. I think also the Minister Minister of Culture, Citizenship Culture. I think we could certainly proffer that invitation again because it is a pressing issue, and the town of Saugeen Shores' position is clearly that although we have some financial obligation in this situation, that it should be shared with the province. And so we should, I think, I'm not certain that more delegations at the conferences are going to do us any good. But I do think that certainly offering that invitation to come to the site and see the work and see that what needs to be done is worth doing. So we should do that. And we can, CAO.
Apologies through you, Mr. Mayor. Can you guys just provide some clarity in what way you want that invitation to be sent? So do you want us to draft a letter that comes back here for council to issue to those two ministers?
My suggestion would be if there's no objection, that we could draft a letter and I will send it. Okay, that looks agreed. All right, so we'll do that, the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. A question and two that I would like us to consider supporting, but to Councillor Stack's comment, the town and pretty much everybody who's grown up in Southampton knows that there have been coffins fall off the edge into the water, bones. There's some evidence that you can see if you're in the right angle of activity under the ground that's now visible. I did want to ask a question. There's a letter here from the minister concerning the Conservation Authority being restricted in their fees again for another year. I wanted to ask our two reps, are Conservation Authority fees standard across the province? So like if there's a charge for a certain type of activity, is it the same everywhere? Do you know that?
I expect this is the one that Councillor Mayette wanted to talk about when he put his hand up before, so maybe maybe this is a good opportunity to make your comments on that one and answer the Deputy Mayor's question if possible. The Conservation Authority I assume that was the one you were interested in?
That was the one I was interested in. Yes, thank you for the reminder. I was just going to bring up the fact that last year at Roma, around, in a couple weeks' time, I stood up and asked Minister Smith for the consideration to at least give the conservation authorities ample warning if they were going to extend this moratorium on fee increases. And he said that he would, in what seemed like honest and genuine fashion, that he would give that due consideration because the budget process starts way back in September. It doesn't happen in December. And so my intention is at Roma this year, I'm going to stand at the microphone and say to Mr. I'm going to say, hello, it's me again. Just wanted to remind you that you made us a genuine expression of that you would take this into consideration. And I'll make the same request again for next year, that if you're going to do this, give us more advance notice. Now, as it happens with our Saugeen Valley Conservation Authority, under the leadership of the new general manager, they anticipated this move and they made provisions in their budget that were going to be able to accommodate these moratorium on rate increases without increasing the levies to the municipality. So we're in good shape in that regard. But still, the consideration should be given. And I mean, this moratorium is kind of crazy. It's put in there by obviously Doug Ford to encourage more housing builds. And whether or not this one item is encouraging that, I'm not sure, but or what that effect is. But it's not going away for 2025. And the conservation authorities across the province are suffering because of it. They're struggling. And not so much that they struggle, but what we're seeing is a turnover in staff. And what's happening is the staff that work at these conservation authorities are not feeling supported by the provincial government. They're getting jerked around. They're getting nickel and dimed. And we've had it. We've had turnovers of key staff positions, staff with 10, 15 years tenure that are just leaving. They just have had enough. They want to go to organizations where they're feeling appreciated. And that really is the most unfortunate part about it. So that's what I'll be expressing in a couple of weeks when we get down to the Roma conference. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
That was good enough as an answer to my question. The two that I think we should consider supporting are number 5 and number 6. Number 5 is from Enbridge Gas, and it basically is that Enbridge is providing information to the appropriate levels that need to get it about the value of gas in the mix. And I think we've talked previously in this forum at our council about the value of natural gas in our community. And, again, the other night, the power was out for a number of hours, and I'm sure some people were anxious about what that would mean if it was extended. But if you had natural gas heat, in many ways, you were okay. If you had natural gas in your stove, you were still able to make a cup of coffee, that kind of thing. So I think they're looking for, they provided some messaging that is their branding to the organization that they're sending their response to. So if there's any way we could indicate that, we're supportive of natural gas in our community, that's number 5. Number 6 is related in sort of a way. It's about municipalities having the ability to charge fees for the use of public property by gas utilities. The gas utilities they're talking about are for-profit businesses. And, we talk a lot about revenue possibilities, and certainly, this might be something worth considering, maybe not. But more significantly, I think natural gas plays a role in the way this community has grown and in future development. So I think there's something worthy in number 5 of us supporting Enbridge's position about the value of natural gas in rural Ontario. But I don't know if the mayor or anybody else thinks that there's something there with the City of Guelph's resolution concerning the province enabling fees to be a possibility for the use by for-profit gas companies when they install infrastructure on municipal property. Thank you.
We can consider them one at a time then, like, so you would like council to direct perhaps me, I guess, or staff to draft a letter in support of, or I guess to support the request from Enbridge Gas I think they put it in here, it's been a
It's
few
got
days
it-
since I read it, but they talk about united, always
it's-
about a strong energy mix, that kind of thing.
And it's got a tight timeline. I think it's January 16th. I don't have it open in front of me, but
Okay.
so yes,
if
that would
there's-
be the direction.
All right, so the deputy mayor moves that we send a letter of that nature. Is there a seconder for the resolution? Moved by Councillor Davinsky. And discussion, Councillor Halpin.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you. Our energy mix is always going to be a mix. And the value of natural gas is being able to provide instant energy when they need it. And a lot of people are using natural gas to heat their homes. However, natural gas isn't that clean. Okay, like it is not that clean a product, and it is a product that in time that we should be moving away from. So, you know, for the time being, I support this, but the idea that natural gas is super clean energy is a little bit more of a sales job than a reality. And I suppose the other reason that I'll support it for the time being, a lot of the natural gas is on the top of an oil well. So they have to burn it. They either have to burn it at the site or they have to send it to people's houses or businesses to burn. So I do support that, but there's a time when, you know, we should be really restricting natural gas and be burning, you know, nice, clean energy like our nuclear and renewable energies. My comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So the resolution to support this has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a little confused. You're suggesting that we support what the city of Guelph has said that, no.
This is item number 5. We're discussing Enbridge gas as
Oh,
natural
Enbridge
gas.
gas.
This is to send a letter essentially in support of what Enbridge gas is saying in this letter.
Okay, understood.
Okay?
Yep.
So if there's nothing further, I'll ask all in favor of that. And opposed? That's carried. All right, so then the second one, the deputy mayor moves support of the letter from the city of Guelph to enable municipalities to charge fees for use of municipal property by gas utilities. Is there a seconder for that resolution? The vice deputy mayor, is there discussion? Councillor Mayette.
Thank you, Matt. Through you, Mayor. Do we have any property? I know out on the corner here, there's some gas infrastructure, but do we have any significant gas infrastructure above ground in our community? I don't think so, right?
I think it would be hard for us to speak to that. I would be surprised if there wasn't a fair amount of gas infrastructure in our rights of way across the municipality. I'd have to think that would be,
Yeah.
I would have to think that that's the case, although I don't have specific information for you.
Right. The only one I'm aware of is the one out here, right? Where it comes above ground by the Shoppers Drug Mart. Okay, so it's not really applicable to us, but I think Enbridge is, or their City of Guelph's talking about maybe where they want to put in a distribution facility or maybe a electricity generation facility. I'm not sure what.
I guess
it's hard to make a decision on something that I'm not sure what it applies to.
I guess I would just, maybe I'll make a comment on it. I think we have a lot of utilities and they all operate for profit. Ontario Power operates for profit. Hydro One, Enbridge, you name it. If it's Bruce Telecom, right? Lots of utilities. I'm not a big fan of adding cost to the end user, which is essentially what you're doing. If you have an annual fee, a levy, a tax on those companies to use municipal lands, it's going to increase their costs and ultimately increase costs to users of all of those services. And I don't see this as being a particular moment to increase those costs for basic utilities for people. We just heard tonight from the Coles Night of the Year folks about people getting the energy subsidy, right? The reason they need that subsidy is because the cost is high. And here we are talking about adding costs. So in my view, I don't support it. I think I'm content with not charging those utilities for the use of municipal rights of way where they need to. So that's my position. Any further discussion? So if not, I'll ask all in favor of the resolution. Opposed? That's defeated. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to take a 10-minute break and then we will go into close to public. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot how this consent agenda works, right? My apologies. So there is one more resolution, and it is that items 10.1 through 10.7, minus the ones that we have just discussed and approved separately, be approved and received for information. Is there a mover and seconder? Councillor Stack, Councillor Mayette, all in favor? That is carried, and now council will break for 10 minutes, reconvene at 9 o'clock right now? At 10 after 9.
Are you on vacation, Councillor Grace?
Okay. All right, well, we're going to reconvene this thing. We have a quorum, and all we have to do is go into closed session here anyway. So, sorry, I have to find my place. Okay, so we're on to item 12, which is closed to public. It's recommended that council move into a closed public session to discuss confidential matter regarding 2706913 Ontario Incorporated that includes commercial or financial information supplied in confidence to the municipality, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. Advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, and a position or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of a municipality. Provide direction on a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality with the Victorian Order of Nurses, and commercial or financial information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and commercial or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value relative to a confidential matter involving Westerio Power Incorporated. So the recommendation is the council move into a closed public session in accordance with Municipal Act 2001, Section 2392. F, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or other labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which if disclosed could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. J, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, or financial information that belongs to the municipality or local board and has monetary value or potential monetary value. Or K, a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor and Councillor Duhaime, all in favor? Okay, that's carried. Council will now move into a closed public session.
Man, I didn't eat supper before this meeting, so I'd stay awake, but am I ever hungry?
That was a terrible mistake.
Stay hungry.
Okay. So I have a resolution that council rise and close the public session and resume the regular council meeting as their mover and seconder. Moved by Stack, seconded by Duhame. All in favor? That is carried. All right, and so I will report that during the closed public session, council approved closed public minutes, discussed a confidential matter regarding set 2706913 Ontario Incorporated, provided direction on a proposed plan procedure criteria or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality with the Victorian Order of Nurses, and discussed a confidential matter involving West Power Incorporated. We do have some business arising from closed, which includes the following recommendation, or resolution, and that is that council adopt bylaw 06/2025 to authorize entering into a confidential agreement with the Victorian Order of Nurses for Canada, Ontario Branch VON, to provide a nurse practitioner clinic in Saugeen Shores. And the bylaw will be added to the bylaw section of this agenda. So is there a mover and seconder for the resolution? Moved by the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Grace. Questions or comments to the resolution? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Okay. Okay, I've just been reminded by the clerk, I need to report from closed that council passed a resolution to extend its curfew beyond 11 o'clock in closed session. Okay. So, on to bylaws then, and is that bylaw included in my list? Probably not, eh? Okay. All right, 06. Okay, so we're on the
Point.
bylaws, 14.
Excuse me, Mayor, point
Pardon me,
of
sorry.
order.
Yeah, Councillor Halpin.
Don't we have to, don't you usually kind of report on like that we discussed or anything like on the
Yeah.
other issues?
just-
Like,
I just did. Yeah, I read the report out. Just reported out.
okay, I thought it was just for the Victoria Order of Nurses that you,
No, I read a.
okay, all right, I'm sorry, I apologize. I
No,
apologize.
no worries. No worries. It's late. I get it. All right. So, item 14, bylaws. Anybody wish to have any of these bylaws considered on its own? Seeing no request for that, there is a resolution that bylaws 01/2025, 02/2025, 03/2025, 04/2025, and 06/2025 are hereby read, passed, and sealed the 6th day of January 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor and the vice deputy mayor. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Item 15 is the confirmatory bylaw. The resolution is that bylaw 05/2025, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the town of Saugeen Shores, is hereby read, passed, and sealed the 6th day of January 2025. Is there a mover and seconder? Moved by Duhame, seconded by Grace. All in favor? That is carried. And finally, this resolution of this regular council meeting of January 6, 2025, hereby adjourns at 11:22 p.m. Is there a mover and seconder? The deputy mayor, Councillor Davinsky, all in favor? That is carried. Council stands adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody.